Okay, okay, okay. Hmm. This is getting complicated. This script should handle the script should handle WGO game logic. Okay. Clear this expression. Clear this expression. We are about to break the crap out of the script. WGO invitation. Bang, yup, 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 and I need the game. So all forbids triple co. This is annoying. This is annoying. I have to make this co, not all, which means it'll allow triple co because OGS allows triple co. I wish OGS didn't allow triple co. No, 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 no. I just want this. File, new file. This is going to be an HTML. Open. Okay. All copy. Paste. Dang. I was hoping. I was hoping. Oh wait, it does work. Something's wrong down here. Or was it just loading? Okay, it was just loading, I guess. Nope, nope, here it is. What? Oh, paste it twice. That's not right. Why is it pasting twice? Hello, Jessarak. I am going through the painful process of cleaning up my game script and OGS server game script. So there's 3 scripts. There is the Gobon handler script, there is the game logic handler script, and there is the OGS server game networking script that talks to each other and plays the moves and blah, blah, blah. So the OGS server script is going to retrieve the moves and send the moves, and then it's going to tell the game script what the game state is and what it looks like and when a move is played. And then the game script is going to tell the board script what it should display. And I'm cleaning all of this up, which means I'm rewriting probably hundreds of lines of code today to get it to work smoothly and not break, hopefully. Because if I don't redo it, right now I'm getting spaghetti code that is pretty much right now I'm having a lot of I have too many conditionals. So what it was doing was I was using JavaScript or using Bubble to set a state is game or not is game. And if it was is game, then the game script would show, and if it's not game, then the Tsumego script would show, and the Tsumego handles Tsumego logic. Yeah, I made Tsumego Dragon. The Tsumego script handles all the Tsumego logic for Tsumego Dragon. The game script is going to handle all the game logic, but it was conditional, and the conditional doesn't get set before we connect to OGS, right? So if we want to move forward with faster load times, then I have to have the game script visible, which means it doesn't rely on a state, which means I have to rewrite some functions that were matching the Tsumego script, because I was saying, okay, if it, like the board clicked function gets called on Tsumego, if Tsumego is visible, board click gets called on game if game is visible. So now I'm rewording it to WGO game board clicked instead of board clicked. So that way they don't conflict with each other. Additionally, by doing this, I will be able to have a WGO game script and an OGS game script instead of having two game scripts that are called game scripts, and I have to like get confused. So I'm going to call one OGS game script, which handles the server game logic, and the other one WGO game script, which handles the Go game logic, like co's and liberties and all that stuff. So I'm separating it so I don't get confused. So that way they're simplifying their jobs and everything will communicate better, and this will speed up the page in the long run. But it's just very involved, and I have to rewrite a lot of stuff because of bad practices years ago. It's just going to be a lot of work, but this will be for the best. This will be for the best. Yeah. Which, to redo this whole script, I'm using Visual Studios. I opened it up because I have to rewrite a lot of this, and scrolling up and down over and over was getting irritating. So I'm going to try to rewrite this in Visual Studios and then copy paste. And we'll see how this goes. We're going to see how this goes. Okay. So, we have the game, we have the Gobon. I don't think I want to handle the Gobon, right? Or maybe I do. Maybe I do. Do I? We have global functions. So I could just tell the Gobon script what to do through a function. Let's see if we can get away with not having it. Pass, player color, game active. Do I have AGA rules? No, because I'm using OGS's automatch. And OGS's automatch uses Japanese rules. So I'm trying to be consistent, because if I change the rule set, then that means it won't get the same pool of players. And I'm trying to keep the pool of players matching, so that way you can get a match quicker. Otherwise, I would have used Chinese rules, because beginners place stones in their own area all the time, and so every other rule set punishes beginners for that. Chinese rules didn't. But because the auto match uses Japanese rules, I have to use Japanese rules, or we're going to reduce the player pool that we have access to significantly. So in order to match OGS's player pool for the auto match will be using Japanese rules. I believe the bots use Chinese rules, though. And that is because I'm trying not to punish beginners for the placing stones in their own area. I think my favorite rule set is AGA rules, but I'm trying to do what's best for the users instead of what I like the best. Because I quite like AGA rules, but and also AGA rules gives the same result as Chinese rules except in Sekis, and I think AGA handles Sekis better than Chinese rules. So that is why we're using Japanese rules, and then we use Chinese rules on the bots. Currently, that is what we got. Okay, phase. Phase should be handled by the OGS script, I think. The OGS game script should handle the phase of the game, because the phase of the game... Maybe I can have phase in here. I'm not sure. Phase might be okay, because that's game logic, and the phase is like board counting, game finished, game started. So play state, board counting state, not playing state, so it's finished. I went to an in-person tournament for the first time. Nice. Yeah. So the passing stones is really stupidly annoying, but it gives us the same result as Chinese rules when we do it with 7.5 Komi. So mathematically it makes sense. It's just annoying. But I do like how they handle Sekis more. Anything that can be captured is removed, and then anything surrounded by a single color is your points. Simple, easy to understand. What I wish would happen on OGS, I wish OGS handled triple codes as in, because it's really hard to implement this in real life, but I truly believe that superco, basically a position can never repeat, should be the best rule, but it's really hard to enforce in IRL. But computers can do it very easily. So I think online we should have a superco rule that prevents ties like 100% of the time. But because we're trying to use the same rule sets as IRL, we have triple codes. Yeah, it's a bit confusing, I think, to get it into it, but the math makes sense. It's not my favorite rule. The passing stone rule is not my favorite rule, but it does get the same result as Chinese rules, and it is a Chinese game. So I think we should go with the Chinese rules, but Chinese rules counting is confusing as crap. AGA handles it better. I like the AGA rules. I'm gonna let phase be that. I think I'm gonna leave phase. Move number I might need, because I don't think WGO game handles a move number, and I don't think it handles the last move either. Yeah, it just handles the position. It doesn't handle the last move icon or anything. So we do need move number. We will need last X and last Y. Last mark. I'm not sure where I set this, but this might be a Gobon thing. So let's get rid of last mark. Player ID. Player ID should be handled by the OGS game script. Current player. So we have player color and we have current player. Set that default to 0. We can set it to 1. Current player is black unless we say otherwise. Is zoomed in should be handled by the Gobon. Board game ID should be handled by the Gobon. All alphabet we can handle because that gives us the SGF coordinates, which we need to translate to a position. But maybe we should let OGS server handle this. Maybe our OGS server game script should handle this. Let's see if we can get rid of it, and we can add it later if we need to. WGO game script started. All right. So we need this to call before we can call any of the functions. Okay. We have create game, so let's rename that create WGO game. Variables, we're going to call let WGO game. Let Okay, Now, how do I put all this in a class? So I'm actually going to call this game, and I want to put all this in a class. So like, can I go WGO game equals curly bracket? And then put all of this in a curly bracket? That way I don't have global variables. Can I do that? Because I want to get rid of my bad practice of global variables. Is there a way to see Comey when playing? Yeah. On the game page, it's under the text. Right here. Yeah, right here, it's on the game page. Rules, Japanese, Comey, handicap, ranked. Yeah, it's right here. If you're playing on Tsumego Dragon. This is giving me bugs. So how does WGO do it? How do they create a WGO class? I need to learn to do this properly. WGO. Okay. Var WGO equals. Oh, so it puts WGO in front of this stuff. Oh. Hold on, this says function window undefined. Oh man, I don't understand what I'm doing. Where's the scroll bar? Why is there no scroll bar? Why is it a window? Save game, register WGO. Window.wgo. ChatGPT help. Okay. In JavaScript, I want to make a way to set all my variables and functions behind a WGO game name like WGO game and WGO game function name. Constant WGO game, variables, start game, calculate score. So I'd make constant WGO game equal everything, and then have a colon at the end. Simple namespace object, easiest. Okay, that's what I want. Simple namespace. Namespace with private variables IIFE pattern. If you want private variables, functions that only WGO game can access. No, that's fine. I don't need to do all that. It's more complicated. This is the best if you want multiple instances. I don't think I'll need multiple instances, right? But maybe I will. So we make a class, put everything in a class. Is that the best? Because you're building a Go client with lots of utility functions, the simplest namespace object is usually best, which is constant, WGO game. This keeps everything grouped and readable. So do I want a class or do I want a constant? That is the decision I have to make right now. What is better for long term? Class or constant? Okay, so constant is nice. You would go for the class? Constant is nice if you're just going to use it once, and class is nice if you're going to use it potentially multiple times. I think just to be on the safe side for the future, let's go for class. I think that's what we're going to do, just to be on the safe side. Yeah, let's do that. So class, and then we just have to initialize it. Remember to initialize it anytime we want to use it. So class, WGO game, and then we end it like that. So we have this, we're going to call it a class. And then we don't need a semicolon at the end of that. So we got our class WGO game. And so now we don't need to create WGO game. We can just click create game. Because we're just going to call WGO game dot create game. Let's call this actually WGG. WGO game logic. That way it's easier to type. This class, can't wait for you to add support for simuls. Oh, that is a long ways away. That sounds scary. That sounds really scary. That's gonna be a whole new page. Like, forget the game page, like game-ogs. I'll probably put game-simuls-ogs or something, or game-ogs-simuls, or game-simuls, and have a completely different page to handle that. That sounds really complicated, because then you have to subscribe to multiple. Yeah, you have to subscribe to multiple OGS games. Then you have to keep track of which one's visible. You have one Go board, and then you have to display the visible game on that Go board. And when you click it, you have to figure out which game you're sending the move to and which color you are. Okay, so it's doable. It would just, you're talking like a couple weeks of effort. No big deal. No big deal. Headache. Headache inducing. Definitely having a WGG class would help with that, I think. So yeah. Long ways away from that. Long ways away from that. Sorry, that's just gonna be a headache for later. Okay, so we have our game, we have our pass. Why is let not purple? Am I using let wrong? Or dark blue, I guess. Equals. It's equals, right? No, there's no equals. There we go. And now let. Can you not have variables in here? Or do I have to go let wgg.game? Oh. Oh, I don't have to put let? I don't need current player because game keeps track of the current turn. So I don't need current player. Okay. Console log. We're going to say WGG game script. WGG script started. I don't need that, actually. Because actually I do need that. Before I can create the WGG, I need this here. Now, I have a question. If a script loads before this one, can it still call the class WGG, and will it just wait until this one loads to get it? Or does this one have to exist before I can use it as a class? Is there a load order problem? Let's use underscores. That's what OGS does. Be consistent with OGS. Okay, so now we're going to get create game. Create game is just going to take a size. Is it always going to be co? Nah, let's say create game and then co. That way I can potentially set up triple co logic later. There could be a load order problem. We'll see what happens. That's why I put the console log right here, so we can see what happens. Function create game. Do I not do that? Do I just do this? So I don't need function now? Huh. Okay. Create game, size co. Game equals new WGO game. This is really nice. I needed to learn this so much sooner. WGO game size co. Game.add moves. We're not doing that yet. Gobon.create Gobon. We're not handling that, I think. We're gonna try not to handle that. Move number equals 0. We're not going to set game active to true. Display position, we're not going to do. Add event listener, that goes on the Gobon. So we're just going to create game. Yep, going to create game. I don't understand that quite, but if it's not relevant, then I'm not going to stress about it too much until it becomes relevant. Because I don't quite understand what you said. Isn't that what these are? Can't I just go wgg.game? Anyway, that is create game. Pixclock. Pixclock should go in a different script. This should go in a clock script. So in Pixclock, we are going to comment this out because we will need this later. I don't want to delete it. We will need this code later. Or is it that? Nope, it's that. Yeah. That's kind of what I meant. I guess I didn't say it correctly. That's what I meant. Oh, let me in Pixclock. Yeah, we are going to handle the Pixclock somewhere else. And this is what I mean by cleaning up this script, because I have clock logic or OGS in my game logic script. That just doesn't make sense. I defined letters right here, but I had the alphabet up here. Oops. Add moves to the position. SGF moves. I'll let this be because I don't know if I ever need this. I might need this. So this will add moves. I need to add this needs to be called add stones, not add moves. Because add moves means I'm playing a move. Add stones means I'm just placing a color stone on the board without any logic. See you, Jesserak. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, the undefined should go first. If it's undefined, return. Let's get rid of the function keyword. Okay, let letters. We include I for SGF practices. For let I equal 0, I less than SGF moves dot length, I plus equals 2. Yes, because AA, BB, CC, blah, blah, blah. Get the indexes of the letters. Let A equal 0, A less than letters dot length, A plus plus. If SGF dot character I is equal to letters A, column equals A. Rather than column, let's call this X. X and Y. And then I can always switch these later if I need to. Y, this is X, X, Y, Y. Okay, return game. Okay, add stones looks good. Get game. I don't need the game ID. I just need to return game. I don't need this because all you have to do is just variable.game. So I already have that, so I don't need this anymore. Don't need to get game. Set player color. Yes. Do I need to handle the player in here? Because the game doesn't handle the stone hover logic, the board does, right? Do I worry about player? Hello, I am working on Tsumego Dragon. I am rewriting my game logic script in order to be more efficient, clean up the code, and increase the load time of our game page for Tsumego Dragon for when you're playing games on OGS. So it's a long process, but I'm hopefully going to gain a couple seconds of load time by doing a lot of work. So this will hopefully clean up my code, make it easier to read, and gain a couple seconds of load time. Or reduce a couple seconds of load time. That is the goal. That is the goal. Hmm. Yep. Maybe I don't handle player in this script. Maybe I handle player in the OGS game script. I don't know. I'm really torn. If I should handle a player color in this script. I'm also torn if I should handle the board clicked. Awesome. Wait. What? Hold on. I didn't do anything. What sense? I'm sorry. It's on my to-do list, but did it start working? What? Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh my gosh. I'm so stupid. I didn't scroll. No, I didn't do anything. I just didn't scroll when I looked for it. Oh my gosh. It was there the whole time. I'm sorry. I lied to you. It was there the whole daggone time. I just didn't scroll. I cannot take credit for this. It was all just basic stupidity. I forgot to scroll down. Oh, I can't believe I did that. It's not obvious that you can scroll though. I think I'll leave the Trello board note. So I can make it more obvious that you scroll. That's what I should do. Because this is not obvious that you can scroll. So that is what I'll do for the future. But I'm glad we figured it out. I'm glad you got your sets. I'm glad you got everything you needed. And I'm glad you told me, because now that is something that I need to improve that is on my Trello board now. Bexel, welcome. I was watching your game last night, There was so many life and death and cutting point problems. Oh my gosh. Like legit, that bottom left group that could have died, I was so invested on if you would see it or not for like 50 moves, and my wife was waiting to watch a movie with me, or a TV show, sorry, a TV show with me until your game finished because I was so invested if you would find that group alive or dead. So she just patiently waited for your game to finish before we watched something together because I was too invested in that group. I had to close your stream after so I didn't get invested in the next game. Oh my gosh, I was so like, please see the group is gonna die. Who's gonna see it first? And then no one ever saw it. It was so funny. I thought it was so funny. Oh man. I was like, Max will see it. Good times, good times. Okay. Do I handle board clicked? Yeah. Your opponent didn't see it either. That's what made it so much funnier. Yeah, it made it so much funnier. I think I don't know what I think. I really don't know if this should be in a separate script or not. Like, I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know where I want this. I'm trying to think of like scripting spider web, I guess. I don't know, flowchart. And I don't know if I want this in the script or not. Oh, I don't know. I don't freaking know. I'm going to get rid of player. But I think I'm going to leave a go board click function. So when WGG clicked, we have our board, we have X and Y. Okay. If board is equal to undefined, return. If board is equal to null, return. I'm gonna leave brackets here. Get rid of those. I don't need game active, right? Maybe I do. I'll leave it game active. When game board clicked, I think this is going to return a true or false. I think I'm going to have this return a true or false. So let's return false, you can't play, false, you can't play, false, you can't play. Now, do I need to put a bool right here? Nope. Doesn't work. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. So we don't need the zoomed in. I will need this code later, though. I'll have to move this to the Gobon script. So I'm going to need that for later. This is going to be let move equal new move. Where did I define move? What is a move? XY game.turn. I don't know what a move is or why I need it. OGS play move, reset the Gobon zoom. Yeah, we're not handling the zoom in this script. We're not handling OGS in this script. What we are going to do is do game.play XY, and play should give a true false, right? No, I don't. So also, just keep in mind that I'm a beginner coder. I taught myself, ChatGPT taught me JavaScript in the last couple years. So I'm barely like qualified to even code. I had to teach this all to myself. So no, I've never used Claude or Codex or any of that. I don't even know what that is. Game.play XY color. Plays a move, it also creates a new position, put it on top of the stack. Color of move, if omitted, the inverse color of the last move is used. I think that's fine. It returns an array number. If the move is valid, method returns array of captured stones saved as objects. If move is invalid, returns error code. So I'm either going to get back an object. So let move equal this. So we're not going to do this. Not going to worry about that. So I'm either going to get back an object or I'm going to get back a number, right? Okay. If move is equal to 1, hello, Pix. How do I use a state? Aren't you ID Visual Studios? Instead of ifs, should I use states or something? If move is 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. It's a good idea. How do I use a state? JavaScript state. It's not what I want. How do I put this in a state? We're going to get this. Play move. If this is exactly what I was going to do. Oh, switch. Am I using switch? Is this what I need? Okay, so maybe that's what I need. And nope, semicolon. Okay, so this we're going to return false, return false, return. You know what? Let's just return, instead of doing this, let's just return the whole thing. Return move. So we can have three things. We can return false, or we can return a number, or we can return an array. Returns array of moves of stones captured if played successfully. I think there's two C's? Two C's? Can't spell. Right. Returns an array of captured stones saved as objects. Boom. Boom. Put that on a new line as well. Because I don't want to go too far. Okay, and then I'll just return move. Game.play XY return move. All right, so go board clicked gives you the board. I probably need to update the visuals of the board, right? Hmm. Hmm. Board clicked. Let's leave it at this for now. Maybe I don't need the board, honestly. but I might want to handle the board here, the board visuals here. But maybe I don't. I don't know. Maybe I don't need to. Um, Maybe I should check phase. Sure. That's fine. Let's check the phase. If phase is equal to play, else if phase is equal to stone removal, handle the string, return the string of stones to be removed. Maybe. Also increase the font size so you can see better what I'm writing. How do I do that? Control plus plus? No. How do I increase the font size? I thought it was control plus plus. Shift plus plus? No. Control shift plus plus? Control zoom? Ah ha ha, zoom. There we go. It's control and then mouse scroll wheel. Hopefully this is easier to read. All right, all right. Okay. So pass turn. If not, game is active, return. If phase is not equal to play, return. Maybe I don't need to handle this here, honestly. Maybe I should just be like, hey, like pass, like I could probably handle if it's your turn somewhere else and just be like, only call pass when it's your turn. But maybe this is fine. I don't know if I need game active and phase. Let's get rid of game active. I think phase will be plenty. Yeah, let's get rid of game active. Less is more. Okay. Pass turn, game.pass, game.turn, move number plus plus. Oh, I need to do the move number. Right. So move number at game.play, move number plus plus. I wonder if I can just do game.positions.length. Probably not, I guess. Returns current position on the top of the stack. Like, I can't return the stack is the problem. Huh. Yeah, there's no like array that I can count. I wonder if I can console log a game though, and I wonder if there is an array and they just didn't document it. Because if there is, then I won't need move number. I'll just need game.positions.length. Let's see if we can get away without using move number and see if we can come up with a games.positions.length. Okay. We're not going to handle audio in here. Pass turn. If it's not thing, then we're going to return false. If we successfully pass, return. Okay, pass plus plus. We're gonna try to figure out a different way to do that. I wonder if I can do game.array.length -1 and then game.array or game array -2 and see if they're both passes, I guess. Or maybe I could just keep track of the last two moves. And the last two moves, if they're both pass. But just do pass equals 0. Add stones, play, pass turn, go board clicked, let move equal game.play, pass equals 0. And then we'll do pass plus plus. And then what we'll do is we'll return pass if it successfully passes. Okay, look at this game real quick. Are you black or white? White. I prefer this, so that way they approach on my side instead of their side, or instead of a shared side. Okay. Corner enclosure. Boom, boom. Very nice. Shoulder hip means you are interested in building this chunk. But I think just get a free Shamari is good. You can also just go here. And they go there. You can go here. Or here. Or here. Ooh, push and cut. This should be okay. Yeah. No cutting point. So you can just capture this thing. This is annoying. Because even if you can ladder that one, your corner's in trouble. So just connect. And then extend. And then you traded your corner for this. Duh. Cutting points. Cutting points. Secret to attack and defense is cutting points. Maybe fix once. And then fix like this. If you fix like this. Nope. There's a ladder. But problem is this one has this. Whatever. You fix the cutting points. I don't care. Actually didn't fix the cutting points, because if I go right here, I go right here, it looks like it's okay, right? And then you net right there, but then I Atari and push. And you can't go here because I Atari. In other words, there's no way to fix this, huh? That's going to be your best bet, I think. This one or this one. And then you're just going to have to deal with it. Actually, no, you can push right here. They go here, you cut. So they're going to fix, and then you can net. There we go. That's how you can fix it. Shoulder hit, I would pincer. If you're going to attack this stone, I would pincer. Take the base. Okay, push and cut. And let's cut the... No, you're fine. You did it. That's fine. Ugh. And just extend. But okay, okay. You got the outside side. It's fine. No, you're fine. Getting the influence for 2 points, 3 points is good. Because remember, you traded influence for like 6, 7, 8 points. Now you've got an influence for like 1, 2, 3 points. Or was it 4? 4 points. Yeah, 4 points for influence. That's fine. Yeah, fixing your cut is important. Okay. Surrounding is good. They're alive, but I understand you want to connect your stuff. This one's a little bit better because there's no cutting point. This one has a cutting point. It's fine. Just fix. Later, you can go here, here, here to kill them if you want. And then, yeah, it's not even a code, right? You just do that. Yeah, so I think it's fine. You can fix. Oh. Oh. Beautiful. Atari first, and then do it. And black is dead. Okay, okay. No! What? Kill! Kill the corner! Kill the corner! Oh no! You let black live! Oh, that makes me so sad. You already took your stones at 14? 4. Huh? I'm talking about the corner right here. What about these stones? Yeah. Okay, okay. This one might be bigger. But okay. No, just connect, just connect, just connect. Just connect and fight. Just connect and fight. Don't get cut. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, that's a lot of cutting points. Oh, that's a lot of cutting points. Oh dear. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. Fix. Yeah, this is a wasted move. You need to fix your cutting points. All about the cutting points. All about the cutting points. Neat. I think it's overplay though. I think you might die. Guess that lives. So here. I guess you're alive. It's a lot to read though. That is a lot to read. Okay, they're alive. Nope, they're already alive. Don't try to kill living things. Unless it works somehow. That's like the one move to kill yourself. Come here. This works too. This is the one move that kills black. Okay, it's Seki, I guess. Whatever. This is better. Because it's Tiger's Mouth. It's Seki, whatever. Make a base. Yep. Ouch. Yep. Nope. That just dies. Just go here and connect. Maybe connect like that. And just connect your stuff. Just connect your stuff. Because if they go here, here, it's pretty painful. No, we died. We died. Yeah, this game is all about cutting points. That's all this game is cutting points. Fix. You don't have the ladder? I think this is the ladder. Hey, you were at the... Oh, you were right there. Wow, you almost had it. You were right there. So close. So close. Oh, you had it. You had it, and then you dropped the ball right at the end. It was so close to a perfect ladder. Now they have all kinds of crap. Oh dear. Ladder go puzzles. They're important. You need to fix. Black loves this terrible shape. Okay, just push and just cut. Just push and cut. Push and cut both. Push and cut both. That's how you punish that. This is endgame, and endgame would be better right here to get this chunk of the board rather than just this. That one has a hole. This one is better. Cutting points! Cutting points again! Cutting points again! Boop, 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 boop. Probably the best. This one has cutting points. Yeah, it's a little scary. A little scary. Cutting points is how they live. That's too many cutting points. Then again, maybe it doesn't matter. You could read far, man. I can't read that far. That's not an I. So just fix. If I go here, it's bulky 5. If I go here, you just take, and it's 3. Oh no, now it works, because now they have a stone. You have to go here. And then do it, because now it's connected like that. Okay, okay. And then I guess you just have more points. Yep, pretty easy to read. Yep. Don't need, you have an I at A and B. So you're technically alive. Okay. Easy kill, very nice. Doesn't work, ... They're mistaking the Tsuji. Yep. Played perfectly. Yep. Played perfectly. Yep. Oh, you did need this eye. I'm sorry. I doubted you. How dare I? After this cut, you do need this eye, because if you don't, I can push first and then connect. Why did I think that was an eye? Oh, I'm so bad at Go. I'm sorry. I'm bad. Why am I teaching? I'm coding too much. I can't believe I thought that was an eye. How ridiculous. Must be drunk or something. It's okay. Ah! Crap! Oh no! Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Oh no! Oh my gosh. He made it a go. They died over here. No, don't die. Don't die. Oh man, the amount of mistakes in a row. Oh man. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The amount of mistakes that was made in a row right here. Okay, so we ignored a co-threat that was a co-threat. And then we didn't notice the Atari. Then black self-Ataris. And we didn't notice. We made a co and then ignored a co-threat that was a co-threat again. Okay, don't ignore co-threats that work. That's going to be the life lesson here. And then don't miss Ataris. You can't miss Ataris. If your opponent gives you the game, you got to take it. You got to take it. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. Blunders galore. More Go problems. And play more games. More Go problems, more games. No, the amount of games you're playing is fine. You're playing every day, multiple times. You're fine. Make sure you're just doing the Go puzzles like to warm up and then play the games. Okay. This month you're doing fine. Last month you did not play nearly as many. This month you're doing fine. Okay, so you've been playing for like 1 month actively. Deleted user, deleted user. Are they sandbaggers, I guess? Explore Baduk. Explore Baduk is a Go server that sponsored the stream a couple times. It is a new Go server. Not a lot of people are on it yet, though. And Tsumego Dragon is my project. It is a place to do Go puzzles, and just recently we added the ability to play games online. You're playing on Fox, so I can't say how many games you're playing. Yeah, Tsumego Dragon's my project. Go puzzles and playing Go. I think having a hobby is fine. It's when you try to have multiple hobbies that's the issue. You have to make a sacrifice somewhere. Like, for example, my wife and I each have one hobby. I have Go, which encompasses tournaments, playing, coding, like everything. All of my Go stuff is like encompassed in Go. She has Dungeons and Dragons, so she has books. She plays multiple times a week. She listens to podcasts, blah blah blah. But if we try to have multiple hobbies, we would just run out of time to do anything, right? So I think it's just pick the hobby that you want, and just let yourself enjoy it. And if you want to change hobbies, that's fine. But just know that you have to sacrifice all of the time that you were putting into whatever hobby for this new hobby. And don't try to do everything, because you're gonna run out of time. You're gonna run out of energy, and you're just never going to enjoy anything. In my opinion. In my opinion. While this ad is going, actually, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then I'll come back and start coding again.
Yes.
Oh boy. Alrighty. I'll answer that in 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Okay. Set board game ID. Don't need it. OGS play move. We're going to put this away. OGS response. Gonna put that away. Play move. Okay. Play move. X, Y. Now, what is the difference between play move and go board clicked? Looks like it does the same thing. If phase of play, blah, 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 pass equals 0. We need to check if X is equal to -1 and Y is equal to -1. Pass turn return pass turn. Okay. No, this isn't right. I need to check if let pass turn equal pass turn. If pass turn, if type of pass turn is equal to Boolean, return pass turn, else lowercase. With strings. Oh. Okay. Else. Crap. If it's that, return false. Nah. I wanna handle it. I'm just gonna have to be a little careful. Else if pass turn is equal to 1, return 5. Else if pass turn is equal to 2, it means we passed twice in a row. Return 6, and then we'll handle this right here. So 5 is going to be 1 pass, 1 turn passed. 6 is going to be 2 turns passed in a row. Okay. Now I have a lot of conditions. So whenever we call the board clicked, we'll just return false if nothing happens. Else return false. If it's -1 and -1, we're going to pass. If we can play the move, we're going to play it. And then we're going to return the condition if it played or not. It'll return captures, or it will return a number, and the numbers will have different states. Like it will represent different things. So this will tell us, when we call this, we say, hey, I clicked the board at coordinate XY. If the board is empty, I don't know why it would be, but just return false. Otherwise, we're going to do if phase is play. Then we're going to play the move. Or we're going to do all this checking stuff. And then to do, return the string of stones to be removed. If the phase is stone removable. So play move is unnecessary. Because it should do the exact same thing. So instead of board clicked, let's just rename this to play move. That just makes more sense. Play move. Let's just not have the board. We don't need the board. We just need to play the move for the game. Right? Let's get rid of this play move. Boom, gone. Easy. Set game position. So split the string by the commas to convert each value to a number. So this is going to take a position of a string of zeros, -1s, and 1s. Okay. So we have the position, we have the current turn, game active state, last X, last Y. let's take the phase. And we're going to set the current turn equals current turn. Phase equals phase. We'll do given phase. Okay, last x, last y. We're going to set last underscore x, last underscore y. Last underscore x equals last x. Last underscore y equals last y. Okay, then we're going to set the position. Position equals string position split by comma map number. I already forgot how to use a map. Maps dictionary. That's right. Dictionary. Math dot square root. Why is it white instead of like green or something? Yeah, math dot square root of position dot length gives the size of the go board. For let column equal, we're going to do x. X. And then for row, y. Let index equal y times size plus x. Let color equal position index. Where's index? Oh, index, right here. Let index equal y times size plus x. Let color equal position at index. If color is equal to 2, color equals -1. That converts some OGS shenanigans. Game.setStone XY color. Correct. Okay, so that sets the game position. If current turn is equal to 2, current turn equals -1. Game.turn equals current turn. Game active equals game active state. Don't need that. Display position, we're not going to display the position. We're going to let something else handle that. Okay. Set last move display. Let's leave it at that. That sounds good. Okay, mark stones to be removed. Stones. For let I less than stones at length, I plus equals 2. Okay, this is mark SGF stones to be removed because this is going to be an SGF format. No, it's not. Let I are less than stones dot length, I plus equals 2. So let x equals stones at position I, let y equals stones at position I plus 1. Okay. Example, convert SGF letters, A equals 0, B equals 1, etc. character code -97. That was definitely ChatGPT that did that. So that means they are letters, so convert SGF stones remove. Console log remove stone and X index, Y index, let mark equal MA. Gobon.add object mark. So we're not handling the Gobon here. So this is going to have to move to the Gobon script. Move this to Gobon script. And then up here for the pix clock, we are going to zoomed in, move this to Gobon script. And then for the clock, I'm going to say move this to clock script. Alrighty. Making progress. Game resumed. Pass equals pass -1. And then game.previous, I believe, is what we're going to need. Removes position from the top of the stack. So I think we're just going to pop position. Yeah. I don't see a game.undo. I think it's just game.pop position. Game.pop position. Okay, set game phase, new phase, easy peasy. Phase equals new phase. Don't restart every second. We're gonna handle that somewhere else. If phase is equal to play, game active equals true, else game active equals false. We are not going to worry about that. That means we just need to set phase. If we're only doing one thing, it doesn't need to be a function. Game zoom reset. We're going to move this to Gobon script. And then this is going to be mouse hovering behavior. This should be handled by the Gobon script as well. This should be handled by the Gobon script. Okay, create OGS game. Given player ID, given name API. That WGO Gobon is game. We don't need to do that. Okay. We have successfully butchered this script and cleaned it up. Cool. But if I move this in right now, there's going to be like a million errors. So, next up, let's get the Gobon script. Copy. File, new file, HTML, open. Paste. Now, for some reason, this likes to paste twice. I don't know why. Oh, it didn't paste twice. Oh, it didn't paste correctly at all. Ah, that's why. Sorry. All copy, all paste. Now up here, we have a little bit of a problem. We have the arbitrary text. The arbitrary text is going to be a variable that Bubble sets. This is going to be the Gobon ID. Okay. Oh man, do I want to convert all this to a class? If I do, I'm gonna create a bug with Tsumego script, which will break the entire website. So I think I'm not gonna butcher this one like I did the game one. Even though I would really like to. I would really like to, but I can't. Okay. So we have create game, add stones, play move, pass turn, set game position. In this one, we need to handle board clicked when WGO is game. So go board clicked. This is going to have to be handled by some sort of manager script. Oh, this is doing so many things. Oh my gosh. Create Gobon, size Gobon ID. Oh, this whole thing needs to be rewritten, but hello, prototype. Welcome, welcome. This really needs to be rewritten, but it'll break so many things if I do. Okay. So, X clock is going to move to a clock script. This handles board clicked. So this might need to move to a manager script, maybe. What's this one down here? Mark SGF stones to remove. Stones. I want to add object. So let's cut that. Move that over here. Now, what's the Gobon called? It is called Gobon. So down here, we're going to get gobon.addObject. So this is all we really need to add in here. Function, mark SGF stones to remove. Save. It's going to be function. Okay. That one wasn't too difficult. Okay. Making progress. So we have our WGO game script. WGG. Because we're calling that WGO. We're calling the class WGG, which is WGO game logic. So WGO game. WGG game logic. I'm really scared to delete this. Like, so many things can break if I just delete all this code. This is what we're going to do. We're going to do game object and we're going to hide it. And then we're going to copy it, paste it, and this is going to be HTML WGG game logic. And this one's going to be visible. That way I don't delete all the code, I have a backup. Now the pix clock needs to move to a clock script. So we're going to go to game OGS. And in our data, we have our clock update script. And we are going to move the pix clock to the clock update script. So now every second can be called. Save that. Now I can delete this. All copy. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. We still have this done here. Mouse hovering behavior. This might mess a lot of stuff up. In Gobon, do we have a mouse hovering behavior? Add event listener, mouse move out. Board mouse move dot bind Gobon board blah 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 bind Gobon. Okay. Is this mouse move and mouse move out, are they functions, or how does this work? Okay, let's move this and see what breaks. Below is the code copied for mouse hovering behavior. WGO board draw handlers dot red dot. Okay. Dot drawing handler. Draw handler outline second. Var board mouse move equals function XY. Mouse move last position, blah 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 blah. Save that. This is visible. Now, game zoom reset needs to go in the Gobon script. We'll put that above Stone Hover. Save that. And now, finally, let's move our code for the WGG game into this and watch how many errors we get. Refresh. Now, WGG should do nothing at the moment. We should get a crap ton of errors. Less than I thought, honestly. Okay. So WGG script started and board ID game WG go whatever Gobon, creating Gobon, create Gobon function. All of that got started before the page is loaded. Okay, now we get connection script subscribe to messages. We get the access key, connect to the WebSocket, connect to OGS, connect and subscribe to game, subscribing null. That's not good. Local get game API call, local get access token. Okay. So now we need to go to our game page. And this is going to have our, I guess it's not in here. Never mind. It's in the connection script. Game connection. This is going to have our HTML. We're going to call this OGS game script. OGS game script. So let's copy this. And then do file, new, file, HTML, open. Get rid of all that and paste. Okay. So this is our OGS connection crap. So this is game message. We're going to let WGG game. Okay. This is going to be the game. And then we're going to let WGO Gobon be that. Okay. So we're going to have our game and our Gobon in our OGS OGS game server script. So first things first, where do we load? This is our clock Fisher. That should go in our clock script. Resume game from pause, post OGS move. Pass turn, resign OGS move, play OGS move simple, subscribe to game. Here we go. So once we subscribe to game, now I guess we subscribing to game just listens, right? And then we get the game API call. Once we get the game API call, we'll have our game object. Okay. So we need a player ID. Game player ID equals -1. So down here in our game API object, get game API call, get me for game. Get me for game is going to set clarity in game script. We don't need that. Create WGO OGS game. We don't need to do that here anymore. Get me for game needs to be me, but config also has me, right? So I might not need this at all. Instead, what I think I'll need is I'll need to get player underscore ID equals data dot player dot ID. No, that's the game. That's the game. I need to know which ID I am. Yeah. I'm having to make too many edits to not, honestly. I'm doing too much today. Get game API call. Now something should have, it's the config. That's what I need to, this is the game. This is the game. I don't need that there. I need the config to set my player ID. Now the config is in the other script, right? TypeScript, what's TypeScript? Oh, did you see in this one? In this one, I used the. In this one, I used the class. No, they're .html. In this one, I actually used the class. Look at that. I'm using classes now, going up in the world. Should I do the config call twice? Because in our connection script, get this one. File, new file, HTML. It's going slowly but surely. I'm trying to get back to where I left off and then start using the new WGG class. Okay, get config API call. Should I put my connection in a class? Should my connection to OGS be in a class? Or is it fine? Because this is technically global right now. Select player ID. Does that mean player ID is accessible for my OGS blah blah blah? So game player ID is -1. Then let's get rid of that. Access token. Let's put that in here. Okay. That gets the access token for us. And down here, I don't need access token anymore, because I already got it. And then access token should be that. And now in the thing, I need to make sure connection loads before GameScript. That's going to be the important thing. Connection needs to load before GameScript. In the connection, I want to log the connection script. So script console.log OGS connection script started. And then in this one, console.log. So I want to make sure I don't have a race error. OGS game script started. Because my concern, so this access token should be set before this one even runs, I think. Now my player ID, though, has to wait on the config. And the problem is, I cannot set the player's color without that player ID. Hey, it's like a 7 streak. Nice. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to make WGG game equal new WGG new WGG. Is that how you do it? Class WGG, new WGG? Or do I need a constructor of some sort? Okay, and then okay, how do I make a constructor? Constructor WGG creating. That's constructor with parameters. Okay, so literally just call constructor. Okay. Okay, let's just make a constructor. Okay, simple enough. Okay, it just does nothing. That's all we have to do, right? It just does nothing. Okay. This is our game. That's the connection. This is the OGS game connection. Next, we need to create the game. So we get create game, and then we need the size of the Go board. So we need size, and we're gonna set this to be co-rules. Basically just co-rules, and instead of super co, it's just regular co. So it can still have triple co. Now the data should have size in it. So let's go to, we got the local config, we need the local game data, which we do not have console logged. That's because it's null. Connected subscribing to game, connected to OGS, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Size is not set. Let's comment this out for now. And we need to get our there's the game script. Here is the WGG script. WGO. Tsumego board. Game logic. Paste that. Now we need to refresh this page. And we're going to go back to our game connection. Okay. So get the API games null. Unexpected character at line 2 of the JSON. What? We got the local config. After we tried to get the games. Local get game API call. Local get game API call got called before we even had the config. Where is the game ID? I wonder if the OGS game should be in a class as well, since a certain someone wants to handle simuls in the future. So do I turn this into a class? I probably should. Okay. Let's turn this to a class. Class OGSG. Put all this in a class. Oh man, this is a nightmare. And then I need a constructor. This is going to be taking a game ID. This actually goes after the variables. And then we're going to put game ID, WGU, Gobon, WGG, underscore game underscore API underscore data. I want to be consistent with these. Game underscore ID equals game ID. Okay, so we add our constructor. Now I have to go through all of this crap. Game message, type data, let game ID. I'm getting lost in my code. Bubble FN game message. Why do I need that? Let's get rid of that. Type as move. Do I use game ID? Type as clock. This needs to move to the clock script. I will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I just had a phone call. Okay. If the type is equal to clock, this needs to go to the clock script. So if game message, which is an OGS sends a message with game in it, then the OGS game can call the clock and then this will call the clock function or the clock script to do all this. Because I don't want the OGS game connection to handle the clock, right? I want the clock script to handle the clock. So I can move this, actually, I can move this to the clock, but I think I still want to handle pause in the game script because when the game is paused, you can't click stuff. So I want to handle pause here, and I want to handle the clock in the clock script. So in my Tsumego Dragon, game OGS, data clock update. I want to have a function, and this function is going to be OGS clock message. It's going to take in data. Paste that. We're going to copy the OGS clock. Going to get data, data.now, data.last move, data.now. Delay time since last move, console.log, delay time since last move. Time control is Fisher, then go to the clock Fisher. Data time since last move and delay. And clock Fisher is up here, right? Where's clock Fisher? Is clock Fisher also in the OGS game script? Okay, so we'll save that for now. Go back here. And then we're going to, instead of this, we're going to just call that function. I'm going to call OGS clock message. And then we're going to pass in data. But if the data contains pause, we have to pause the game. Okay, so we're gonna comment that out because I don't want Bubble to handle any of this. I just want Bubble to handle the visuals. Okay. The bubble probably needs to know the phase, and bubble probably needs to know the winner. That should be fine. We need to handle disconnect. That is a future bug. That handles phase. Here we go, Clock Fisher. So Clock Fisher should be moved to the clock script. Now, this sends the data to bubble, but we set it through an ID, not through bubble, right? Or did we not? Either way, this needs to move to the clock script. So Clock Fisher is in the clock script now. And then it calls bubble fn clock with the black time expire, white time expire, data.current player. So I do need current player actually. So in my OGS game script, I do need on message with clock, I do need to set data.current player. We're going to say current player. Let's make it more specific, current player ID. And we're going to set the data current player, set the current player ID. When we receive the clock, it'll tell our OGS game, OGSG, who the current player is. Okay. Resume game from pause. We need auth player ID, game ID. We need our authorization code. Go is so hard, yeah. Let's put this in our connection script. Because our connection script has our player ID and it has our access key or access token, which is our credentials. Then we just need the game ID. So that's the only parameter we need. right here. And we do WebSocket.send JSON stringify. Oh, this needs to be a function. Resume game from pause. Game resume data. And so now we're going to remove this, go back into our game paused, and we're going to call resume game from pause, and we need the game ID, which we have up here. Resume game from pause, boom. Okay, so they pause it, we immediately unpause it. No pause for you. We are not dealing with pauses. Okay. Post OGS move. We need the access key, game ID, player ID, move, and main time left. How do we get all this? If main time left is less than or equal to 0, timed out equals true. We need the access key, which I don't know how we're going to get that. This is using the WebSocket, so maybe it should be in the OGS connection script. Yeah, let's move this to the connection script. Now, what do we need for this? We need the game ID. We have the access token. We don't need the access token. We don't need the player ID. We do need the move, and we need the main time left. Hello, Bear Girl. I'm trying. I am trying. So, post OGS move needs game ID, move, and main time left. Move is, I think, in SGF format. Let's go back to here. In our OGS game, we need post OGS move. And this takes, we need 3 variables. We actually need to put this in a function. This function is going to be play OGS move. And this is going to post OGS move. We have the game ID. Now we just need the move and main time. Move and main time left. I'm not sure how we're going to get the main time left. But we're going to get it. And it's going to be play OGS move. Pass turn OGS is going to move to the connection, and we're going to call that with our game underscore ID when we do pass turn. Okay, so when we call OGS game.passTurn, it will do passTurn OGS game ID in the connection script. And it'll pass. So it just goes from the game straight to the connection script. But that way it sends the game ID. Resign move OGS, pretty much going to be the same thing. In our connection script, we're going to send it. And so in our thing, we're going to do resign. Isolate the game data from the WebSocket. That's kind of what I'm doing. So what I've done today is I've made a WGG, which is a game logic container. Then I'm updating my OGS game script to handle the OGS game, which also contains a game container that we're going to manage. And then I have my connection script, which is handling all the calls, which is what I'm currently doing. And then when I receive a message, from OGS, message callback or whatever, if the type includes game, I'm going to call game message. Now here's the problem. Game message is in here, and then I can do move, clock, or latency, game data, finished, whatever. But I need an OGSC object in here somewhere. Okay, so we'll do that in a minute. Let's get back to what we're doing here. So play OGS move simple. Game ID and move. How is that different from what I did down here? Pass turn OGS, post OGS move. Okay, that's with all the clock and blah, blah, blah. So we're going to call post OGS move simple, so we don't have to worry about the clock. And then we're going to copy that, paste that here, and we need play OGS move simple. Play move simple. Move. Play OGS move simple. Okay, subscribe to game should be handled in the connection script. And then set time control should be handled in the clock script. Let's say let time control. That should be handled on the clock script. Board state event. Board state event. This is the board state and stone removal phase as updated. We don't need the game ID. We already have that. If the data is the player ID, return, because we don't need to do it. And if it's not, then our opponent has changed something. So we're going to tell our board state the game ID that got changed and the stones that got changed. Opponent accepted, remove stones. So we tell that to Bubble. And Bubble will visually update. No, we can visually update. So actually, we don't need to tell that to Bubble. We need to tell that to our WGG Go board. We just need to tell it to our board. So we need something in here that will handle Bubble board state or whatever. Opponent accept or remove stones. So let's go to board state. Let's see what's being called. JavaScript, clock update. Let's go to connection, maybe. Board state. In board state, we set the stones to be removed. We call OGS game connection removed stones and give it the data. And then we run JavaScript except board state. Where's except board state? That's the very next one. Okay. So basically, we want to accept the board state by default. But we do need to visually update on OGS game connection. Removed stones. OGS game connection. Removed stones. Oh, that's a custom state. Okay. And then in the game, when remove stones changed, phase, remove stones. Every time remove stones, we're going to trigger WGO Tsumego boards, mark stones to remove. So on the Tsumego board, the function that we're calling is mark stones to remove. This runs the function mark stones to remove stones. So we're going to do mark stones to remove data.stones. Now, mark stones to remove, which script is that in? That should be in the Gobon, because we're updating the visuals of the Gobon, which is in the Gobon script. Mark SGF stones to remove. Ah, I changed the name. Okay. So we're going to mark SGF stones to remove. And that should be a global function on the Gobon. Not ideal, but if I touch that one, I'm going to break all the Tsumego. So we're just going to have to make do, because I don't want to touch that one, I think. Because it will legit break the entire site if I mess something up. Okay, so now we need to accept the board state. This is going to go into our connection. Okay. Now we need to call it. We're going to accept the board state. It needs data.stones. It should have the player ID in the game ID. So it has the auth and it should have the player ID. It just needs the game ID. Okay, so needs stones, needs the game ID, but it should have the player ID, and auth is going to be the access key or access token. Player ID is set way up here, I think, somewhere. Player underscore ID, yep. It has the player ID. So it just needs the game ID and the stones, which we send it the game ID and the data.stones. So board state event data. And then board state event gets called up here with remove stones accepted, board state event. Then we just accept it. Okay. Set player ID and game script we don't need because we're going to let the connection handle the player ID. Get game API call. We do want to handle OGS game in here because this is our OGS game script. So we want to, we have the game ID. Async get game API call. This will get the game. We got the game, we'll get data. And then we're going to set basic clock information. So we let the clock script know that we got the clock stuff. Game API data equals data. So now we've saved the game data so we can access it later. And then now that we've got the game, we need to create the WGG game. Correct. Okay. So now we need to call this, and then once we call it, we'll create the WGG game object or class. And then that will need to call create game. WGG game dot create game. And that will create a new game. Now, I don't think we have a Gobon. So we need a Gobon. Now, I think all we have to do actually is go to Gobon, because Gobon should be a big variable, a global variable, because mistakes are made. In Gobon, we need to create Gobon, size Gobon ID. We're going to create Gobon. The size is going to be data.size probably, and data.id. We could also just do game underscore ID. Yeah, get game API call, because our constructor gets the game ID. So we have the game ID as soon as any of this is called. So we just need the size. Now we have WGG game and we have Gobon. So we don't need WGO Gobon, because Gobon's set globally. For better or for worse, Gobon is set globally. Okay, we got all that going. Now we need to do the OGSG, the OGS game. So we load OGS, we connect to it, config, subscribe to messages, unsubscribe from messages, on message, message callback, blah, 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 blah. We are going to let our OGS game, okay, and then we're going to set our OGS game. And when we subscribe to an OGS game. Where do we subscribe? Subscribe to game ID. Get game API call game ID. So first we're going to subscribe. Then we're going to get OGS equals new OGS game underscore ID. So now our OGS game is set. get game API call, I believe, is going to be OGS game dot get game API call, right? Yeah, get game API call. And that will set up the initial game. Yep, we get the game, and then we set it up. Okay. Now, did we put mark SGF stones to remove in the Gobon script? I don't think so. Yeah, we did, right here. Mark SGF stones to remove. Okay. So we don't need this. Wait. This is the Gobon script. This is the Gobon script. We do need that there. In this script, we still need to move is zoomed in to the Gobon. Okay, tap. If not is zoomed in, do we have a variable called is zoomed in? Let is zoomed in equal false. Okay. Is zoomed in. So if not is zoomed in and window.innerWidth less than blah, blah, blah. Offset, mouse offset, top, bottom, left, right. Gobon, zoom in. Is zoomed in equals true. Double zoom in 1. Okay, so this needs to go in our board clicked. Okay, Gobon, wait for bubble. Creating Gobon. Add event listener, click. If WGO is game board clicked, we're going to need to fix that. But if it's a game, game board clicked, all this needs to tab again. Okay, if not is zoomed in, if the board is clicked and we're in the game and it's not zoomed in and we're less than 720 window size, and game size is equal to 19. Then zoom in and return. Otherwise, call our click function, wherever that may be. We don't have it yet, but we will. Okay. Game.size, we don't have a game and we shouldn't handle a game in here. So we want gobon.size, not game.size. Gobon.size. Right, we can do that, right? Gobon.size. Or dot set size, get section, redraw, get X, get Y, set width, set height. Size of the board, yeah. Board dot size. Gobon dot size. Perfect. Make this a little bit readable, more readable. If this stuff, zoom in. Otherwise, game board clicked. Okay, who do I tell that the board is clicked? Let's tell the connection script. That seems fair, right? If it's a game, the connection script should be good to go. So, game board gobon clicked, game board click. Only when WGO is game. Let's do OGS game. WGO is OGS game. WGO is OGS game. And then we're gonna WGO OGS game is this is a game. Okay, I think that's all good. Good to go, good to go. Save that. Go back to our Scribby scripts. Go in the connection script. We're going to create a function for our go board clicked. Okay, we got the go board. It has been clicked. Now, we should tell our OGS connection script that we clicked a move. So I can Play OGS move. Or we can do a board clicked event. I think we're gonna play OGS move simple. But we need a move. So we need to play the move if we can, and then convert it to an SGF move, and then send that. So we need board clicked and it's going to take in. Do we need the Gobon? Gobon X, Y. Because technically down here, we don't even worry about it, right? I guess get game API call, we could send the Gobon. That'd probably be better practice. Okay, so let's create a Gobon variable then. Game Gobon. And then we're gonna get a Gobon. Game Gobon equals Gobon. Game Gobon dot create Gobon. So in this one, get game API call. This is get game API call. That needs the game ID. Subscribe to game, get game API call. Just game, get game API call. I already have the game ID. I don't need that. I don't need the bullcrap. I do need the Gobon, so we can just send Gobon. Because Gobon is a global variable, so just send Gobon. Okay. Now, when the board is clicked, we're going to call the board clicked function. It's going to take in Gobon X, Y. And this is going to be OGS game dot board clicked. This is going to tell our OGS game object that the board was clicked. Then once we click it, we're going to try the move in the game. If successful, play OGS move. If successful, convert to SGF chords and play OGS move. Okay. Let's pause, do some console logs, see where we're at. Copy, go to our connection script. So connection, paste. This is our OGS game script. Copy, paste. And I don't think we made any changes to this one, the WGG script. Copy. Just in case, we'll go to the WGO Tsumego board. And in our WGG logic, we'll paste. Go back to our connection script, because that's where the bugs are going to be probably. Refresh the page. Okay, what's the first one? WGG script started. Ported game WGO Gobon. Creating Gobon. Create Gobon function. Okay, that creates the initial 9x9 for our visual purposes. And then page is loaded. OGS connection script started. We connected, we subscribed to messages. We get the access key. We connect to the WebSocket. How are we subscribing to messages before we're connected to the WebSocket? So connected to the WebSocket's right here. Load OGS, load OGS. Okay. And then for some reason, our connection script subscribed to messages fired first. But it's not even in here. What the heck? Oh, subscribe to messages, subscribe to messages. Why did this get called first? Callback, subscribe to messages, callback name. Callback.push callback. Something else subscribed to the messages. And I don't know what. Connection script subscribed to messages. Ah, load OGS, subscribe to messages, message callback, connection script. Okay. Okay. So it's doing message callback. Ah, it's doing this. Function message callback when I get a message. Okay, okay, okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's correct. Connected to the WebSocket. Connected to OGS. Connected and subscribing to game. Okay. Connected and subscribing to game. Where's that? subscribe to game, game ID, subscribing, game ID. So where is our connected and subscribing to game? Connected and subscribing. So connected to OGS, we're connected and subscribing to game. We get the URL parameters game ID and then subscribe to game with that. So our ID is OGS ID. Ah, that's not right. That's not right. Game underscore ID. I had the wrong game the whole time, or the wrong variable the whole time. Congress, Clausius. Okay. Connection, subscribe to messages, connected and subscribing to game, subscribing to game this. Local get API call, local get access token. We got the game. Here's the game. Okay, so let's go through this. So we subscribe the game. Now we're getting the config API call. Get config API call. That we are not getting access token. We are getting getting config. What am I doing wrong? I don't know what I did wrong. There we go. Getting config. Console log getting config. Sending the access token. We got the local config. We got the local config. But I didn't. Okay. We got the local config. Let's move this right under it. And then we got the config. Now we're calling config is loaded. What is config is loaded? There we go. Config is loaded. Set the player ID. We got the JWT and the player ID. Player ID, local JWT, authenticate, set player ID in game script. We don't need to do that. So now we've authenticated. We've got the config and we've authenticated. So that means we've got the config, but I think we subscribed to the game before we got the config, which I think is an issue. So when we subscribe to game, we create an OGS game ID. I guess we don't get the player ID. We don't worry about the player ID just yet. But when we create the OGS game, do we get the player ID? Or do we not even worry about it? I guess we don't worry about it. So we don't even need the player ID yet. Current player ID. Where's current player ID? Ah, current player ID. We do worry about it. Okay. Constructor game ID equals game ID. I think we need to set this. We set this because the clock needs it. No, this is current player. This is not player ID. This is the current player ID, which is the person's whose turn it is. So that is not player ID. So we don't worry about the player ID. The connection is worried about the player ID. And we set that when we get the config. Let me refresh, start this order over again. Okay. Get the access key, connected to the WebSocket, connected to OGS, connected and subscribing to game. We subscribed to the game. Local get game API call, local get access token. What? Local get access token? Oh, because I didn't actually change anything on the website. Okay, this is the OGS game script or OGS connection script. This is OGS connection script. Refresh. Okay. We got the game. Getting config. We got the local config for Clausius. Good. Got the game, got the config, but assignment of undeclared variable game API data. Get game API call. Get game API call. Got the game. Set basic clock information. Undeclared variable game API data. Game API data equals data. Game API data right here. I had the wrong variable. Game API data. Okay, and this is the game script. One bug at a time, one bug at a time. Okay. We got the local config. Game message is not defined. Okay. Game message is right here. So when we got the config, let's find game message. Not in here. And there once. Game message, find game message. Right here. Type includes game. Then we want to do OGS game dot game message. Right? OGS game dot game message. Okay. One bug at a time, one bug at a time. Okay, game message is not defined. Did I do my variable? OGS game. OGS game. Subscribing to game ID from URL. So in subscribing to game, we probably need to create the game first before we subscribe. Yeah. Let's do this before we subscribe to the game. That's the connection script. Yeah, connection script. Okay. Getting config, we got the game. Assignment to undeclared variable in game API data. Okay. Game API call. Game API data equals data. Assignment to undeclared variable game API data. We got the game. This is the game. Game API data. Why is that a problem? Do I need a this? What? 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 Do I need a this? I thought that was assumed. Okay, I guess that worked. Assignment of undeclared variable WGG game. Get game API call. Get game API call WGG game. This. I didn't realize I had to use this so many times. I didn't realize I had to use this all over the place. But whatever. Makes it work and make it work. Okay, getting config, API games undefined. Getting config. For some reason, just trying to do undefined. subscribing, getting config. So and subscribing to game, subscribe to game, get config, subscribe to game. OGS game equals new OGS game ID, OGS game dot get game API call, subscribing, game ID, get game API call, get game API call. Get game API call sent to Gobon. No, I have the what? Get game API call gets the Gobon. Fetch this dot game ID. Sorry. Fine. This dot game ID. Clipboard date this dot game ID. 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 I guess it's because it's a class that I have to do this. Yeah, I guess it's a whatever. Okay. Copy. Paste OGS game script. 5. Size is not defined. All right, now we're making progress. Okay. I have to use the restroom, so I'll be right back. Okay. we're back. Size is not defined. Get game API call. Okay, we got the game. We need the size. I believe is width. Okay, not size, it's width. Width and height. Okay, so size is not defined. Get game API call. Get game API call size. So we want data dot width. Data dot width. Okay. OGS game script, paste. Tedious, but it's working. Okay. This .gamegobon.createGobon is not a function. GameGobon createGobon. GameGobon plus Gobon. GameGobon createGobon is not a function. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Where is createGobon? Who has createGobon? Is it a global function? I think it's a global function. I think that's the problem. It's because I never made a Gobon class. Made progress, got it to 19 by 19. Okay, set player ID in game script is not defined. And config is loaded. Config is loaded, config is loaded, config is loaded. Config is loaded. Config is loaded. Set player ID in game script. We don't need that anymore. Authenticate. Be fresh. All right, we got the clock set as well. Clock object, delay. Syntax error, huh? Got a bug somewhere. Set board game ID is not defined. Now this XML error, I believe, is a bubble thing, right? Yeah. I think that's a bubble error. Action run, plugin toolbox. Okay, this is a me. Line 280. Line 280 of something. 237, nope. 168, nope. 280, nope. 123, okay, so it's none of that. Okay. So we got the clock. We got the game. So just game message. If type is clock, OGS clock message data. Game OGS. Data. HTML clock. Long clock script starting. Okay. Set basic clock information. Set timer sound. What was it? OGS clock message. OGS clock message. Clock data. Time since last move. Console log, delay, blah, blah, blah. Time control is equal to Fisher. Ooh, I never set the time control. Set time control. So in our connection script, actually, let's go to OGS game script. OGS game script. When we get the game information, set basic clock information, data.time control. Okay, then why didn't that work? Set basic clock information, time control, game time control. Why do I have two time control elements? I have two time control elements, that's why. So down here, game time control is equal to Fisher. That should fix the clock. Did not fix the clock. Got the clock object twice. I think the clock is working just fine. We have an error somewhere. Set board game ID is not defined. Where do I do that? Maybe in this the Gobon script. Ah, so many. Set board game ID. Where am I setting board game ID? Well, this is going to be a doozy. Set board game ID is not defined. I wonder if it's a workflow. Clear go. Set board game ID. Set board game ID. Set board game ID doesn't exist. What was it supposed to do? Disable. Set game phase is not defined. That one, I believe. So don't think there's a phase in the connection script, right? So it should be in here. Type equals phase. Console log phase data bubble fn phase. I also need to set the WGG phase, right? Because the OGS game needs to keep track of the phase, right? Game data equals phase, bubble fn phase. So this dot phase equals data dot phase. Now in bubble fn phase, we probably have a bug. Copy that. Here, I'm going to go to game and connection. Go to our game script. Paste that. Now in our bubble phase event, set state phase, so in game OGS, do when game finished phase. Okay, so we set this state phase. Then Tsumego board, we set phase. We don't want to do that on the Tsumego board. So let's just delete that. My cat. It's too early for dinner. Okay. Now I'm not sure where this action is being run at, but it says I have an error. Setting correct sound with change to 915. It's probably one of my run JavaScripts that are giving me an error. Okay. Game resumed. Every time, let's see. Play audio click. Set state phase. Game connections finished event. Display data. Phase finished. That should be handled by the script. Animate result. Run JavaScript. Play audio win. Play audio lose. Play audio lose. Okay. Hide pop-up, resign, give up. OGS game connection, and give up. Turn. Run JavaScript, set timer sound. Page is loaded, set Gobon state. Trigger set Gobon state. Set Gobon state is triggered, game state, game. This is create game on WGO Tsumego board. I do not want to do any of that anymore. See if that gets rid of it. Dang it. What is causing this? Set the state phase. So what is showing the... What is showing the result? Page is loaded, set states of the mega board is game. When the phase is played, trigger set Gobon state. Nope. No, that's disabled. Okay. Gobon connection A is connected. Do nothing, I guess. Game connected is yes. And game connection ID is not empty. Set timer sound. Set time control. Don't need to do that anymore. Or do we? No, we don't. Set phase. We don't need to do that. Set Gobon state. Move number. Don't need to do that. Set board game ID from WGO Tsumego board. Don't need to do that. Set game position. We don't need to do that. Hide shape Gobon shield. I guess so. Every time. On this clock, set time. Clock updated is yes. Set time elements. So we just need to get rid of all these. All these clock elements. All these clock elements need to go away. We are handling the clock in JavaScript. So on the clock update event, we're just going to show black's clock, white clock, and current player's ID. Set time elements. Right. Only when the phases play. Let's clear that. When we tell it to set time, you set the time. Set go on state. Get game information. I don't want to handle any of this though in Bubble. I want all of this to be handled a JavaScript. But maybe this is fine for handling the players. I don't think I need the term game state. Let's delete that. But maybe getting the game information is fine. Page is loaded. Set states is game. Yes. Okay. When OGS game connection A is connected, there's nothing, so let's delete it. Play online is clicked, clicked, just once. Connected is yes, and game information is not empty. Run JavaScript and hide the shield. I don't know about that. I shouldn't hide the shield until the game is ready to be played on. But okay, let's refresh the page, see where we're at. I see no errors. Look at that. Playing wrong sound, but that's because I haven't clicked anywhere yet, so that's fine. Look at that. Look how clean that is. Look how little red is there. What we like to see. Okay. So we created the Gobon at 1 second. Page is loaded after 1.1 seconds. Can't really do much about that. Okay, so at second 2, the OGS connection script started. Why did that take so long? Okay, that should solve that. There we go. OGS connection script started before the page even finished loading. There we go. So at 56, all the scripts start. And the page is loaded after a second. That's good. But it does take a second to get connected to the WebSocket. Hello, AGA. Once we're connected, we're able to get everything and set everything up. It just takes us a second to get connected. Yeah, because within a second, everything runs. We get the API calls done. We set the clocks, get the delay. Next, we need to show the stones on the board. Okay. Yeah, so next, we show the stones on the board. So, we get the API call, create the game, WGG game, create the game go on, or set the game go on. We create the game. Now, we need the moves that have been played so far from the data. So get game API call. Where's we got the game? We got the game right here. So that's going to be data.gameData dot. Oh, we got to do initial state too because of handicap. Dot initial state and then dot moves. Okay. So we have we have data dot game data dot initial state, which is an object. This is a object black comma or colon parentheses comma white parentheses. So we'll need to handle the handicap stones, which I don't currently do. Actually, that's a bug. And then we want data.gameData.moves, which is an array of moves. Now let's get a different game that actually has moves. Okay, so this one has moves. It does not have an initial state, though. So I'll have to test it with handicap in a minute. But for now, we're going to do moves. So moves is an array of 3 numbers each. So it's an array of arrays of num of x, y seconds. No, milliseconds. don't know if I spelled that right. Okay. So we need to send the moves to the game. So on our WGG, we need to play moves XY, or play move XY. I need to set the current turn, though. So, well, let's get the, did this? Yeah. Let's get the data.game data, no, data.initial player. Or is it game data? Yeah, game data. Game data dot initial player, which is going to be black or white. And then in our thing, we're going to get the game, so wgg.game. So if data.game data.initial player is equal to white, then we want wgg game dot set something down here in game. Position, game size, turn. So we want game.turn. Okay. We want game.turn equals -1. So if it's normal, it starts with black. But if it's a handicap or something, it'll say the initial player is white, and we set the game to be -1. Okay. Next, we need to handle the initial state. We're going to do that in a second, because we have to translate SGF coordinates, I believe. We'll do that in a second. And then after that, for that I equals 0, I less than, let's set moves. Let moves equal data.game data.moves. I less than moves.length, I plus plus. Then we're going to do wgg game dot play move xy. Play move dot play move moves 0. No, moves I 0, comma moves I 1. And I believe that should just work. So let's go to the game connection. Game script. Oop. And refresh. I don't think I changed anything in the, yeah. Oh, that makes sense. I played it out in the game, but I didn't display it. Silly. Silly, 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 silly. Okay. So in our Gobon, we need to set the board from the position. We need to display position. I don't have the board ID. Or do I have the Go? I do have the Go board ID. Okay. So the function we need is display position. It'll take a position and it'll take the board ID, the Gobon ID. So that's what I've been doing, actually. I've been doing it with 5 different scripts. I've been going back and forth. So now after that, we're going to call display position. This is going to be wggame.game.position.schema, and then it'll be gobon_id, I believe. Copy. Game script. Paste. Refresh. WGG game is not defined. What? You have a typo? Oh my gosh. This .wgg game. This .wgg game. This .wgg game. That's going to be so annoying. Okay. Reference error, get theme is not defined. What? What? That function has nothing to do with anything. Display position. Let's go to freaking Tsumego board. In the Gobon script. I can also look here, I guess. Display Create Gomon, set Gomon, refresh window, display position. Gomon.theme equals get theme. Get theme. It looks like I commented it out. I don't even think it does anything. I don't even think it does anything. Where was it supposed to be defined? In the draw handler? No, custom theme. Get theme, return custom theme. Custom theme. Get theme, return custom theme. Bar custom theme. It's there. I guess it's a load order thing. Let's see. Do I even need this? In display Gomon or display position. Do I even need theme? I commented out. Phase is not defined in play move. It's always something else, man. Okay. Phase is not defined. It should be the script phase. Play move. If phase is play. So I gotta set the phase. In my scripts. I have it twice for some reason. So where is phase? Phase. So we're gonna do this dot phase equals phase, and then WGG game dot phase equals this dot phase. And then tell Bubble that the phase updated as well. Game script paste refresh. Now what? Phase is not defined in play move. Oh, it doesn't matter if the phase is defined or not. I still need to play the daggone move. If I'm... So in my WGG, I don't need the phase at all. I just need to play the move. Because at the start, It doesn't matter whose turn it is or what phase it is. It needs to show the position. So wgg.phase should not exist. Instead, when I do my board clicked, try to move in a game. If successful, convert to SGF forward, play the move. Only when phase is play and current turn is current user. Right. Okay. Which means I probably do need the player ID for checking if it's their turn or not. Or I can do that in a connection script, I guess. Okay. So I got rid of that. Now in this one, I need to also get rid of that, which I did. Copy. In the game connection, paste the game connection, and then I need to go to the Tsumego WGO board in our WGG game logic. In this, okay, now in play move, if phase is play, needs to go bye-bye. Actually, no. Yeah, phase needs to go bye-bye. Copy that. Paste. Okay. Okay, now what's the bug? Undeclared variable pass in play move. And play move. In pass turn, we need to get rid of phase. Game.pass. Game.turn. Undeclared variable pass. So I need this dot pass. Okay, let's go this dot game. At stone. Game, a shift, move color. Turn game, return game, blah, blah, blah. Play move. This dot game dot play. This dot pass. This dot game. This dot pass. Return this dot pass. Set game position. We don't need the phase. But it looks like we already have something to read the SGF. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, this is numbers. Okay, not quite. this dot current turn, this dot last x, this dot last x, and it should be something. Why? I think current turn is a player ID, which we're not using in this script. So I think current turn is going to be the color. Current color. And so we're going to set this dot game dot turn the current color. Current color. There we go. Current color is equal to 2. Current color equals -1. Game.turn equals current color. This dot game dot turn. This dot game set stone. This dot pass. This dot game. Copy. Game logic. Paste. Refresh. How long do I plan to stream? Probably not too much longer. Get theme is not defined. Oh my gosh. What do you mean it's not defined, Gobon? It is defined. Are you just loading before it's ready? It's probably what you're doing. Gobon, where's get theme? Do that. And what does theme do? Is that what sets the custom stones? Current user's line color, current user's board color. Ah, that is important. That is very important, I think. Let's see what happens. Past turn is not defined. Dear goodness, how many things are not defined? Past turn. Skip the current turn. Why did this get called at all? I guess the last moves were past turn, right? Past turn. Where am I going? Where am I going? Pass turn OGS. Oh, this is the WebSocket. I'm in the wrong one. Oh, I'm getting tired. Okay. Pass turn OGS. Okay, so pass turn is not defined. So where did I call pass turn? Looks like just right here on this one. Let pass turn. I guess this dot pass turn. What it needs. Okay, and that was in the WGG. Right? Yeah. Can't access property, turn, game is undefined. Just thought WGG game, play move. I could create a WGO game. Okay. Great game, size co. Okay. I did. New WG, great game, blah, 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 blah. This dot game equals new WGO dot game. So play move. This dot game. Play the move. And return move. This dot WGG game. Play move. Let result equal WGG game play move. Because play move returns a result. Is that it? Was that it? Was that the bug? Oh, all this for like 2 seconds of load time. Okay. Okay. So I know. The page loaded at 54 seconds after 1.875 seconds, which is already a long time. And then we got the game, got the config, got the clock, all within the same second. And then in our display position script, or in the load script, console.log done loading initial Gobon position. Okay, so in the game connection, game script, refresh. See how fast the stones pop up? Stones are there really fast. Nice. Okay. Got the little, okay, so just page is loaded at 41. Done loading initial Gobon position at 41. In other words, it's ready to go. And we should also know whose turn it is. Okay. That did load really fast. It does use my custom stones. I think the line color might be incorrect, maybe. First stone, second stone, board image, colors. Let's do board image as nothing. Colors. Maybe a little more red. Nice. Line color, let's make it a little bit more gray. Okay. Looks like line color is not being set. What about board transparency? That is being set. Board color. That is being set. That is blurry for some reason. That hurts my eyes. Oh my gosh. But line color is not being set. That's probably because of the get theme. Yeah, it's probably because of get theme. I have an idea of how to fix it, but right now I want to get through this. So what's next? I want to lower the red shield, the Gobon shield, faster. So the stones are there. Oh, hey, that half worked. The stones are there before the shield lowers. Uh-oh, that didn't work. Fresh. Yeah, see how the red shield doesn't load? Or delays it a little bit. So I think what I'm going to do I just got to let Bubble know that I'm ready, right? So in the game page, when the game connection's connected as yes, and the game information ID is not empty. So let's just not worry about that. Once I'm connected, in the same second, the board should be loaded. So we can hide the shield. Nope, that still took too long. Cut that. Let's make a JavaScript call. It says tells Bubble ready or game underscore ready. Trigger event workflow new custom elements JavaScript to Bubble. Game ready. Game ready. Paste. And then we're going to get this. I'm going to go in here. Done loading initial position. So the game should be ready to go. Bubble underscore function underscore there. Bubble game ready. Copy. Game. Paste. That was fast. That was fast. Ignore the result for now. Look how fast it takes that red shield to disappear. That is significantly faster than it was. Wow. That is good. That is good. That is good. So now I want to get this correspondence game. Log into my Go Congress account. Play move. Submit. Play. Submit. Play. Submit. Okay, now let's get this game ID. And let's put this in. All right. So we've gotten to the point where it loads really fast. Like, it's ready to go before these pictures even load, which is fantastic. I don't really care about the pictures loading as fast as I do the Go board. Now we need to do the stone hover logic and the stone click logic. So first, the click logic going to be the Tsumego board will tell the Gobon. Actually, I can just go in here. I can just go in here. The Gobon will send a board clicked event. And Gobon clicked, Gobon XY. So we're going to copy that, go into our connection script, create a function, Gobon clicked, Gobon XY, or gameboard click, Gobon XY. Oh, I've already got it. I literally already have it. That's hilarious. Okay. OGS game. I need this.OGS game. Copy that. Paste, paste. Right here, paste. Okay, looks like we're good. Yeah, connects to OGS. Otherwise, you have no one to play. There would be no one to play. Otherwise. I mean, yeah. Try it. Give me feedback. Let me know how it goes. The game page is live right now in the version test. I broke it so I can speed it up. So it's a little slow on the live, but that's what I'm currently working on right now, speeding it up. So this has right now it only supports quick match, not custom, unless you want to play a bot. It does support playing a bot. I don't have challenges yet. That is a future update. Just quick match and a bot. So this is the connection script. Game connection. Connection script. Now let's go to this one. Now this one it's calling is board clicked event. So in our board clicked event, nothing happens. Makes sense. So if successful, convert it to SGIF coordinates. Now to do that, we're going to need the alphabet. So I'm going to say alphabet equals A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Okay. Quote 1 2 quote 1 2 quote 1 2. Oh, nope, that didn't work. That didn't work. That did not work. That did not work. One. There we go. Aha! We have alphabet. So this is going to be let SGF board equal this dot. Oh wait, I need variable. This dot alphabet x. This dot alphabet y. Board clicked, try the move to game. So this dot WGG game dot play move XY. Play move X, Y. And we need to say only when it's our turn as well. Check it's our turn. And then this is going to be let result equal play move. Okay, so how do we check if it's our turn? Let's get when we get the config. Get config. Data.userid. Let's do this dot what's the variable? OGS game. This dot OGS game dot, we're going to say user current user ID equals data.user.id. Okay, and then in this one, we're going to have that variable. And we're going to set it to -1. So you're nothing if whatever. And then we're going to say when you click the board, if current player ID is not equal to this dot current user ID, I think it's current player. If current player not equal to current user ID, do I have a? Yeah. Current player ID, current user ID. It's underscore ID as well. Current player underscore ID is not equal to this current user ID. Return. It's not our turn. Don't do anything. Not our turn. Not our turn. Okay. So that sets that. then we'll play the move. And then when we get a move, current player, I believe, is data move 1. I believe so. Go up here to move. Clock. Oh, looks like it didn't play a move. I want to say it's I had data.move 01. So this dot current clarity equals data.move 1. That should be the current player. I think. Okay. Nothing. Oh, no. Okay, so now we know what turn, if it's our turn or not. Let result. If the result is an array of objects, if the type of result equal to array, do stuff. Do we know the phase? You know the phase. If this dot phase is not equal to play, return, to do add a optional, let's do optional to do handle stone removal phase. Try the move in a game. Type of result is equal to array. Double check my syntax. If type of result is equal to array. Array.isArray result. Okay. If array.isArray result, then we have an array of our move. Which is X and Y. Okay. So we got the SGF coordinate. Now we need to play the OGS move. So we're going to play OGS move simple. SGF board. I think that'll work. Game script. Paste. I think I edited this correct. Just in case. Go to WTO Tsumego Goban. Refresh. $15.15. Did not play the move though. So let's log the result. Console.log the result and it's done. Boom. I don't see result. I wonder. Move game ID, move array, coordinate length, move number 4. Oh, that's not the current user's ID. So it's the clock object. The clock object has the current player's ID. Oh. Oh, crap. Okay. We'll end this one. No, and this one. In move, I'm gonna cut this. So that was not true. Instead, in clock, this our current player. Ah, I already had it. Dang it! I already had it ready to go, and I screwed it up. Copy. Actually, let me check the bug. There was a bug. OGS response is not defined. Play OGS move simple. OGS response, no. OGS response, no. OGS response. No, yes, response. I actually don't know what's calling it. Okay, one thing at a time. Game connection. Oh, I'm already on it. Game script. Paste. $15.9. Not getting called. Log. Board clicked OGS game. This dot current player ID. This dot current user ID. This dot phase. I'm not sure what's wrong. It's not being called at all. Function go board clicked. OGS game connection go board clicked. It's so freaking odd. Board clicked, board clicked, board clicked. If WGO is OGS game, copy that. Get game API call. Bubble is ready. Let's display the position. Gobon dot WGO is game equals true. I guess I can just say WGO is game equals true. And let's put that in the game script. All right, there we go. Made some progress. Board clicked OGS game. Yep. Result is empty. Okay. OGS game connection, go board clicked. Board clicked. It's my turn. Yep, and it's play. But for some reason, result was empty. Let result equal this WGG game dot play move. WGG game play move. XY. XY. And it is WGG game, right? Oh, play move simple is not defined. Now result came back empty. Oh, because it's an array of nothing. So it's empty. Okay. Play move simple. This dot play move simple. This is killing me, man. OGS response is not defined. Board clicked OGS game play result clock. For some reason I'm getting clocked twice. Current player. What? It's still White's turn. Still White's turn. Current player is 1687787. It's saying current player is black. Move object, move number 6. Oh, wow. OGS, I must have disconnected from OGS somehow, because it didn't show me the move on OGS. Crazy. Okay, so it did change the move, and then move came in. OGS response is not defined. So I got the move. Move. Bubble OGS move received. That's not what I want to do, I think. I think what I want to do is WGG underscore game. Wait, where is WGG game? Hold up. WGG should be underscore game. How did that make it a bug? Because WGG game shouldn't be defined. I guess I created the variable. Okay, that should fix that. Okay, OJS response is not defined. So let result get this WGG game. Now, when I get the move, if current player ID is equal to this dot current user ID, that means they played a move and it's now my turn. Or does the clock come after the move? No, the clock comes before the move. Okay. Then I want this dot game dot play move and the move data is data dot move one comma data dot move one and this is 0. Right, and then play move, play XY, return move, and then I need to update the visuals. Okay, and then I need to update the visuals, which is display position, coupon ID. Now this does not handle pass, I believe. Or it does handle pass, but there's no sound. So I'll need to handle that. So let result equal that and the display position. So I need to handle results outputs. Copy that. Paste. There. Did not show their move. It showed display position though. It's also not showing the clock problem too. Got the move. Current player ID was equal to current user ID. Play position. Was called. Console.log. Received OGS move result. Which technically should be empty because they didn't capture anything, right? Received OGS move. I got a result of 1. 1 means given coordinates are not on board. I get to move. Oh, no, that's connection. I get to move. Play move. Data dot move number. Data dot move. This is not an array of arrays. There we go. That should fix that. Booyah! A boo, a yah. That worked. Doesn't show the last move though. I played my move. And then so I clicked the board. Board clicked. Board clicked OGS game. Result is an empty array. If successful, convert to SGF coordinates. Play move simple SGF coord. console.log SGF board. I actually want to check something real quick. Or is it too late? Did I delete stuff already? I think I deleted how I sent the move before. Oh, I can just check this. Network. Reload. Hit OGS. Game move. Move. UC. It's definitely an SGF coordinates. Okay. Okay. Definitely SGF coordinates. Let's see what the SGF coordinate is. Result QD. QD is right here. $16.3. So I have an off by 1 error. I think I might have an off by 1. Refresh. Zero, zero. Zero, zero. I clicked the board. Board clicked. WGG.playMove. Console log result. I didn't get a result. I have board clicked. This current player ID is not equal to this. If phase is not equal to play. Current player ID, current user ID. Current player 1687787, which is not correct. Refresh. Ah, that's correct. Okay. That's weird. Okay, so we're going to click A19. Result AA. It clicked. Submit. Okay, let's click down here. Submit. Okay, that seems like it's working. Now, for some reason, it's not visually updating when I play and move. So after play move simple, actually, SGF coordinates. So let result, blah, blah, blah. And then we are going to update the display. Because we forgot to update the display. Display position. This is weird. This is not updating on OGS. Correspondence not update live? Emit shows up, but I click, shows up for me, but it doesn't show up for them until I refresh. So is correspondence not updated live? Really? Okay, let's challenge me to an unranked live 4 hours main time. Actually, yeah, 4 hours main time. Then challenge. I don't know. Okay, let's get the game ID. There we go. Now it's updating. No, it's updating. It's updating on. It's updating when it's a live game. Yeah, correspondence doesn't update live. That's crazy. Correspondence doesn't update live. All right, so the moves are working again. And when we refresh, that's how fast it loads. Beats me. I don't know what the difference is. Maybe you do have to keep it open, but correspondence was clearly behaving differently. Okay. So the good news is it's faster by quite a lot. Like by a couple seconds. Bad news is, thank you for the follow, Kushiko. Bad news is, I still have several things that I have to re-hook up that I broke in order to get it this fast. Yeah, that is so much faster. Okay, what's left on on this. So I need. Let me make a Trello board. So reduce lag on game page. I'm going to add a checklist of things left. So this is going to be play a move, get a move, pass, get pass, update line colors, because I broke that while doing this. I know you want food probably. Update line colors. Handle handicap. And fix the clocks. Okay, this is my to-do list for tomorrow, I think. So we played a move, we got a move. Page is loading much, much faster. So that's good. Like, it's significantly faster. Very, 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 very good. What if I do Control F5? Still fast, just the images lag a little bit, but I don't care about that as much. So it would be perfect if the image is loaded instantly, but you know, as long as the Go board is loading instantly, I think that's the important thing. Yeah, even with Control F5, it's loading really fast. Looking good, looking good. Looking good, looking good. Well, what if I adjust the background image? No, the board image, sorry. Board image to be this. Okay, and then I refresh. Yeah, that's fast. Control F5. Okay, so it takes a second for all the images to load. That's annoying. So the black stones, the white stones, the board image take a second to load. But the board position and everything else loads really, really fast. Like, see how long it took for the stones to load? The images? No, they're just 500 by 500. No big deal. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Actually, I wonder what the actual size is. Inspect. Where's the image? I guess network. Sound, achievements, start. Okay, so this one is 1024 by 1024. So the Go board is. Okay, okay, listen. Mistakes have been made. I've learned lots of things in the past. You were technically correct. Technically, you were wrong. It was just, in the wrong direction. Oh my gosh, these images, holy crap. 1080 by 1080. Oh my gosh. This one's 500 by 500. Hey, to be fair, you were technically wrong. 1080 by 1080, 500 by 500. I guess that explains why the white stones load slower than the black stones. You underestimated my noobness. You underestimated my ability to screw things up. Someday I should fix that, huh? Someday I should go in and actually downscale all the stones. It's just hundreds of them. Hundreds of ghost stones. Um, I think I can do something like that. Bubble has a built-in image reducer thing. But the problem is, what I should be doing is caching the images in local storage or something. No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Because the local storage would only save the URL, right? It wouldn't actually save the image. Hi, cat. And also, you have to sync it up with different devices too. I think my best bet. I think my best bet is just go through and lower the sizes of all the images. I mean, that's just going to be the best bet. Instead of trying to do all this fancy coding stuff, just lower the freaking image resolutions. To like maybe 100 by 100. Or maybe 250 by 250. I mean, what would be the size of the images on a 5 by 5? Right? If I really wanted to be fancy, I could just load the smaller ones, and only when you're on a 5 by 5 load the bigger ones. Something like that. Oh yeah, I forgot last move marker. Look how fast this is. Um, I mean, I think it's a future problem, honestly. The big thing was the Go board needed to load extremely fast. What happened? Yeah, we did that. And what if we throttle it? Let's throttle. Let's throttle it to LTE. LTE sucks. Does anyone have less than 4G in modern society? Like, if you're playing on OGS, do you really have less than 4G? LTE? I have LTE in a lot of places, yes. But 3G is another setting. So see, I can put it on 4G LTE. I also have 4G LTE in some places, but no one has 3G, right? Like, there's no need for me to test on these, right? 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 As long as it works on this one. That page load is no joke. Once the page is loaded, it's pretty fast, but that page load is no joke. It's going good. It looks like this though. Yeah, Tsumego Dragon is my project, my Go puzzles and playing Go online project. It looks like when you have slow internet, there is a chance that the Go board loads out of order and everything breaks. Hmm. Um, for LTE, it still sucks, honestly. But I think the problem is the page load time, because once the page is loaded and the Go board starts running, it's fast. So I want to say this is as fast as I'm going to get it, because I can't really deal with the page load. That is too many mistakes in the past. Yeah, it feels like I keep controlling I keep control F5 on LTE and it looks like it works. You just got to refresh if it doesn't for some reason. I'm getting better at JavaScript, slowly but surely, slowly but surely. Ooh, this one didn't load well. Yeah. But if I stop the throttle, no throttling. How fast that is. Look how fast that is. That's so much faster. So much faster. I improved this by like 2 or 3 seconds. Oh, man. Yeah, I improved this page load by like 2 or 3 seconds. So much faster. Still not done yet, though. Still got a ways to go. Are we talking about page load, or are we talking about like what I'm handling after page load? Because the page load is like not much I can do about it at this point. Total load time. Yeah, you missed us looking at the stone images. The total load time 4.37. Four point three, 5.59. The heaviest thing is this. Why is this so heavy? That's a 192 by 192 like image. Not even on the page. And it's loaded twice for some reason. Font. This is icons. Wait. These are the big ones down here. Why is it not sorting by... Oh, here we go. I gotta sort it by duration. There we go. Okay, the Go board took the longest. 1024 by 1024. Next was the Ghost. It's as big as the Go board. Then it was the Blackstone, just half the size of the Go board. And then it's the images of the players, the background. How is the background loading less time than the everything else? The background is 3072 by 1728. Oh, because it's a web image or a web P or whatever. Mega Dragon logo. Yeah, a lot of this is the images. Like all of these are just images. Some icons. I don't know why it's loading my logo so many times. How can I speed up the Go board? That's almost half a second. The stones I can decrease in size for sure. I don't think I can decrease the size of the Go board, right? Make it a web P. Oh. How big is it? 107 kilobytes. Looks like. Meanwhile, this white stone, 721 kilobytes, 7 times as much as the as the kill board. This thing is huge. This white stone is so dang big. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go through all the stones at some point and like downscale all the stones. So like, got to make it smaller and download it as a WebP or JPEG. So WebP. Can compress the file. Um, looks like I can make an SVG. Is that one good? It doesn't look like I can make a WebP file. At least on Canva. Vector art? Do I? How do I check that? I don't know what Canva's owned by. Well, let me look at my... Okay, let's see. Draw handlers. Does that handle the stone graphics? Um... Stone graphic, new image. Stone graphic, on loan, redraw. White stone graphic, draw image. White stone graphic, size. Fall back to shell if the white stone graphic fails. That doesn't sound like yeah, that sounds pretty complicated. I think step one is just reduce the size of all the images. Like, let's see. What stone number is this? I don't know which one this is. Let's say I go into data, option sets, which is not where the stones should be. Should be data, but no, I had to screw everything up. That's soft. Simple black white. What is my simple black white? This one and this one? No, it doesn't redraw the stones when I change redraw the stones when the user updates their graphics. I bet you it's yeah, it updates on a stone click. Yeah. Okay. Let's check the Blackstone. Actually, let's just refresh. Whitestone 1080 by 1080. Blackstone 1080 by 1080. Oops. Now let's download this. File name Blackstone. Oh wait. Oh, that's me trying to upload it. Hold on. How do I download it? Oh, C. Copy image. Let's go to Canva. Add page. Paste. Download. Compress. Current page 8. For okay. How do I reduce size? Uh, 200 by 200. Why can't I download it? Let me try opening this in Opera. Why didn't you do it 10 times? I did it like 3 times at most. Joke's on you, I can't do it. What about SVG or JPG? Should I do a SVG or JPG for the test? Okay, transparent background. That's taking a while to download. I guess it's converting it. Failed. Canva has failed me. Okay, something's wrong. What if I make a new design? Create Instagram, square, whatever. No. Portrait, flyer, blah, blah, blah. Custom. Where's custom? Canva's just not working right now. Awkward. Glad it's not my website. Whatever. I wasn't planning to focus on this anyway. I don't have the priority to, or feel like prioritizing 300 images, downscaling 300 images. Sorry, Canva. You have failed me for the last time. Okay. That's good enough for today. We got this pretty freaking fast. Converting everything to JavaScript is definitely speeding it up. And then going forward, I'll be able to focus more on coding JavaScript and just using Bubble for the visuals as much as possible, and Bubble for the database and the visuals, and try to focus like 90% of my effort on JavaScript instead. Easier said than done, but you know, whatever. I don't want to learn CSS. That sounds like a pain. It sounds like a huge time sink. Oh man. I don't know. I feel like it would take me months of trial and error to get to master it decently well. Like to get as good at CSS as I am at JavaScript would probably take months. Maybe. I definitely am not planning to focus on that right now, though. I need to get used to JavaScript more. Also, to redo the entire website in CSS would be a nightmare. Well, I think that'll cover it for the day. Step by step, yeah. I think we made really good progress. So with that, let's find someone to raid. What software is this? What is this? Oh, they includes paid promotion. There we go. board.tripleco.com. Interesting.
contributing to attacking, then it's just kind of passively sitting there on the
Right.
board, not really doing anything.
Thank you guys for sticking around and as always giving advice and tips.
Like, it might have been okay
with that,
plays, but
I
it's
will
getting
see you
late.
guys next time.
So white has that going.